The hour of 11 a.m. having arrived, the House will come to order. Members will please take their seats. The Sergeant at Arms will close the doors of the House. Prayer this morning will be offered by our friend and Representative Carroll. Immediately thereafter, we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Members and guests will please rise as able.
We gather today as stewards of the public trust, grateful for the opportunity to serve, taking each day one at a time in the pursuit of a more perfect Commonwealth. In our decisions, let mercy guide justice. In our discourse, let empathy temper trust. On today, we thank God for the life, the legacy, and the labor of the servant, the late State Representative David P. Richardson. Let the example of his leadership be more than history, let it be legacy. We sit in these seats because of the shoulders of giants like Richardson, and we do so knowing that in time, these seats will be entrusted to the next generation of leaders. In that fact, we must lead with forgiveness at the forefront of our hearts. Our Lord's Prayer says, "Give us today our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us." Lord, teach me the strength it takes to forgive, not just in word, but in spirit. Lord, help me release the anger that grips me and soften my heart where it hardens. Lord, where I have failed, grant me grace. Lord, where I have wronged, grant me healing. Let forgiveness not be for the weak, but a pathway to peace and restoration. Lord, teach us to lead not with pride or resentment, but with compassion, patience, and understanding. May forgiveness not be seen as a weakness, but as the strength that allows communities to heal and move forward. 2 Corinthians 5th chapter 17th verse states, "Therefore, if anyone is in Christ, the new creation has come. The old has gone, the new is here." This past Sunday marked the sacrifice of our Lord and Savior, the rebirth, the opportunity for new beginnings. Forgiveness is a gift. Authentic love is about how much you can give. Lord, I want you to know that you taught me how to fly, and that this prayer is my appreciation that I am a better person because of the lesson you gave. May our work today honor both the power of resurrection and the legacy of those that came before us. Amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag. Sergeants at Arms will open the doors of the House. Members and guests, please take your seats. Without objection, the approval of the Journal of Tuesday, April 22nd, 2025 will be postponed until printed. Members, please take your seats. We have some guests to recognize here in the hall of the House. This morning, guests of Representative David Zimmerman, a guest page. Ethan Harsh is serving as a guest page. Ethan is a student at Garden Spot High School and his interests in learning more about state government and politics. Welcome, Ethan. In the back of the House, Majority Leader Representative Bradford from Montgomery County welcomes the Commonwealth Court of Pennsylvania President Judge Renee Cohn Jubelier and former State Senator and President Pro Tem Bob Jubelier, who served Senate District 30 from 1975 to 2006. He also served as Lieutenant Governor from 2001 to 2003. They're here today to visit the Capitol along with some of their friends and residents of the Meadowood Community Center who are seated in the back of the House. Welcome. Representative Kincaid of Allegheny County welcomes Clara Gillis, who is a political science and philosophy major at the University of Pittsburgh with an expected graduation date of December of 2025. She is currently interning in Representative Kincaid's district office. Welcome, Clara. Also to the left of the speaker, Representative Rigby from Somerset is pleased to have his grandson, Landon Libfree, joining us today at the Capitol. Welcome, Landon. In the gallery, Representative Donna Shuren from Montgomery County welcomes the Perkiomen Valley High School girls basketball team who won the PIAA Class 6A state championship. Coached by John Russo and assistant coach Samantha Pagel with a record of 30-3. They won the school's first basketball title ever. Congratulations and welcome to the House. Representative Steer from Northumberland and Schuylkill welcomes the Shamokin Area Competition Band, who for the first time ever won the 2024 Cavalcade of Bands American A-Class Championships on November 2nd at New Oxford High School with a score of 90.90. They also won caption awards of high music, high visual effect, and high percussion. Congratulations. Are there requests for leaves of absence? The chair recognizes the majority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair recognizes the minority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair is about to take the master roll. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. 203 members having voted on the master roll, a quorum is present. Chair recognizes Representative Paszynski, Chair of the Committee on Agriculture and Rural Affairs, who reports the following bills. HB 587, re-reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. HB 1096, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. HB 1157, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Vitale, Chair of the Committee on Environmental and Natural Resource Protection, who reports the following bills. HB 586, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House Bill 1210, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Vitale, Chair of the Committee on Environmental and Natural Resource Protection, who reports the following resolutions. H.R. 167, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. H.R. 177, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Jeannie McNeil, Chair of the Committee on Children and Youth, who reports the following resolutions. H.R. 195, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Mark Kozik, Chair of the Committee on Housing and Community Development, who reports the following bill. House Bill 1250, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. Chair referred to following bills, which clerk will read.
Referrals, April 22nd, 2025. House Bill 1287, Finance. House Bill 1286 and House Resolution 205, both to Tourism, Recreation, Economic Development. House Resolution 206 to Veterans Affairs and Emergency Preparedness. Referrals, April 23rd, 2025. House Bill 1291 to Local Government.
Chair recognizes guest page in the front of the House from Representative Delosier from Cumberland County. Lalitha Dwyer and Yusuf Khalil are serving as guest pages and are students at Cumberland Valley High School. They are also shadowing Representative Delosier for the day. Welcome, both of you. Chair recognizes the Majority Caucus Administrator, Representative Kruger, for a caucus announcement.
House Democrats will caucus at 1 p.m. today. We'll be prepared to return to the floor at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair recognizes the Minority Caucus Chair, Representative White, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Republicans will caucus at 1 o'clock and be prepared to return to the floor at 2 p.m. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Young for an announcement.
There's going to be an appropriations hearing immediately after session.
Is that in the Majority Caucus Room, and is it a
Majority
meeting?
Caucus Room, immediately, yes,
It is a meeting, not a hearing, correct?
yes,
And that's at the break. Thank you, Representative Young.
yes.
In the Majority Caucus Room, room 140. House stands in recess until 2 p.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.
2 p.m. having arrived, the House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. The chair recognizes Representative Daley, Chair of the Committee on Tourism, Recreation, and Economic Development, who reports the following bill, House Bill 1030. Reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? It is agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Daley, who sends out reports the following resolutions. H.R. 161, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? H.R. 172, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? H.R. 175, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? H.R. 178, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? H.R. 197, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? H.R. 204, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report? It is agreed to. The chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals, April 23rd, 2025. House Bill 1288 to Education, House Bill 1234 to Health, House Bill 1293 Housing and Community Development, House Bill 1292 Labor and Industry, House Bill 1289, House Bill 1294, both to local government, House Bill 1290 and House Resolution 207, both to professional licensure.
Colleagues, we have some afternoon guests. If you can please take your conversation off the floor so we can acknowledge our afternoon guests, the House will come to order. Our colleague that serves Allegheny County, Representative Mark Hozick, has a special guest here today who is a friend of the chair. Seated to the left of the speaker's rostrum, please stand. We are thrilled to welcome a fellow public servant. East McKeesport Borough Council Member Joe Klepek is here this afternoon. Welcome, Joe. Our colleague that's right here in Dauphin County, Representative Mahaffey, has a special guest here this afternoon. Colleagues, the House will come to order. Representative Mahaffey has a special guest here this afternoon. Seated to the left of the speaker's rostrum, we are thrilled to welcome Maddie Weeder. Maddie is a junior at Lower Dauphin High School. She has aspirations, as I once had, of becoming an attorney. You can do it, Maddie, if I did it. She's the daughter of some colleagues here in the House, Jennifer Weeder, and she is shadowing Jill Vecchio, the Deputy Chief Counsel of the Republican Caucus today. Maddie, please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Our colleague that serves York, Representative Hill Evans, has some special guests that just arrived. In the back of the House, Representative Evans, along with Representative Mays, who serves Allegheny County, along with Representative Kenyatta, who serves Philadelphia. Colleagues, Representative Hill Evans, Representative Mays, and Representative Kenyatta have the staff and students from the Youth Build Coalition from York, Allegheny, and Philadelphia counties. Youth Build is a coalition, an organization with community-based pre-apprenticeship programs that have job training and education for our youth who are 16 to 24 years old who are finishing their diploma. Let's welcome the Youth Build students from York, from Allegheny, and from Philadelphia. Welcome. The chair grants permission to John Finnerty from Capital Wire to take still photography for a period not to extend by 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Resolution 34, appointments number 0341 on page 4 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution designating the month of April 2025 as Pennsylvania 811 Safe Digging Month in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Rob Matzey.
Will the House agree to the resolution? Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 199, the nays are 4. The resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Resolution 120, printers number 0978 on page 7 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution recognizing the month of April 2025 as Financial Literacy Month in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Carol Hill Evans.
Will the House agree to the resolution? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the resolution, the gentlelady from York, Majority Chair of State Government, Representative Hill Evans.
Madam Speaker, thank you to the Finance Committee for sending this bill to the House floor for a full vote. House Resolution 120 would designate this month of April 2025 as Financial Literacy Month here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This isn't a symbolic designation, it's a call to action. New data indicates 65% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, and 28% of adults don't have any retirement savings. This can't persist, and the solution begins in our schools and in our communities. My resolution encourages schools to integrate financial education into their curricula and urges community organizations to expand their outreach efforts to our adult neighbors struggling to make ends meet. It's also a reminder to the Pennsylvanians we represent that we're working to make sure they have the resources they need to learn financial stability. Through bipartisan cooperation, we can find ways to give every citizen the opportunity to gain the knowledge they need to make informed financial decisions. Act 35 of 2023 is a great example of the cooperation and action we need. It goes into effect the next school year, requiring all public high schools to provide students with the financial literacy course that they must take in order to graduate. Financial security should not be a privilege. It should be an achievable goal for all. I'm proud to offer this resolution for your vote to help ensure that framework is in place for Pennsylvanians. As lawmakers, we all play a role in strengthening the Commonwealth's financial future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the maker of the resolution. Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 198, the nays are 5. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Representative Harris, Chair of the Committee on Appropriations, who reports the following bills. House Bill 273, re-reported as committee. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 615, re-reported as committee. Will the House agree to the report? It is agreed to. House Bill 743, re-reported as committee. Will the House agree to the report? It's agreed to. House Bill 799, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? It is agreed to. House Bill 881, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? It is agreed to. Colleagues, we're about to take up a condolence resolution honoring the memory of law enforcement officers who have lost their lives in the line of duty. The Sergeant at Arms will close the doors of the House. Members will please take your seats. The chair recognizes the majority leader, who calls up House Resolution 176, printer's number 1256, on page 1 of the uncontested House calendar. Will the House agree to the resolution? The clerk will read the resolution.
A resolution honoring the memory of law enforcement officers who have lost their lives in the line of duty. Whereas, in providing for the domestic tranquility of the community as a whole, society recognizes the need for a system of laws, and the enforcement of the law has been entrusted to a small number of dedicated individuals. And whereas the individuals known as law enforcement officers face the rigors of human conflict in protecting those whom they so valiantly serve daily. And whereas this Commonwealth has been blessed by courageous law enforcement officers willing to sacrifice their personal well-being and concerns to ensure the safety of our citizenry. And whereas it is highly fitting and appropriate to honor the following exemplary citizen who made the ultimate sacrifice in protecting and preserving the public safety. Police Officer Jamie Jr. Roman, Philadelphia Police Department, end of watch, Tuesday, September 10th, 2024. And whereas the bravery and selflessness demonstrated by Police Officer Roman is exemplary and displays the service and sacrifice of those who are tasked with protecting individuals and institutions of democracy, therefore be it resolved that the House of Representatives honor the memory of law enforcement officers who have lost their lives in the line of duty. And be it further resolved that the House of Representatives express our deepest sympathy and offer sincere condolences to the families and friends of Police Officer Roman.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. On the question of House Resolution 176, chair recognizes the gentleman from Bucks County, Representative Monroe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, as we do every year, we are paying respects to our fallen officers and to those family members and friends who have been horrifically affected by this tragic loss. I first want to thank my fellow prime sponsors of this resolution, Representative Eric Weeknick, who's my co-chair of the Law Enforcement Caucus, Representative Sean Doherty of Philadelphia County, and Representative Jim Rigby of Cambria and Somerset County, deputy chairs of the Law Enforcement Caucus. Every day, when a police officer puts on their vest and their uniform, straps on their duty gear, and kiss their families goodbye, at that moment, there's a long list of things that are running through their head. Everything from how many crash reports they're behind, how's the weather outside, what kind of day that they will be having today, and maybe family matters. But one of the thoughts that's not really dwelled on is this: will I come home tonight? Will I ever see my wife or husband again? Will I ever be able to give my son or daughter one more hug? We might not dwell on it, but it's there. For every person who works in law enforcement, who wears that uniform, who throws themselves into all sorts of dangerous conditions, all with the goal of keeping their community safe. For Philadelphia police officer Jamie Jr. Roman, this worst case scenario became a reality. On June 22nd, 2024, at 7:18 p.m., Officer Roman conducted a vehicle stop. The vehicle was not registered. The driver did not have a license, so a tow truck was called, and the driver and the occupants were allowed to call someone to pick them up. This is a typical car stop on what was probably a typical day. But when an officer spotted a gun holster on one of the subjects, the individual fled and immediately turned and fired multiple shots back at the officers, one shot striking Officer Roman in the neck. Officer Roman eventually succumbed to his injuries, with his end of watch being September 10th, 2024. Make no mistake, we lost a hero that day. The FOP and the Philadelphia police lost a brother, and his wife lost her husband, and their children lost their dad. Let's keep Officer Jamie Jr. Roman in our memory, and let's keep his family in our hearts and our prayers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman on that question. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Berks, Representative Weeknick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today to thank all members for voting yes on this House Resolution 176. Representative Monroe has already shared the heartbreaking details of the incident that led to this resolution, but I'd like to speak to this measure that really represents what it's all about. The families left behind, to the members of law enforcement community, and to all who wear the badge. On June 29, 2011, while I was serving as sheriff in Berks County, I experienced the most difficult and devastating moments of my career. Deputy Sheriff Kyle Paggerly was shot and killed on a fugitive manhunt. I will never forget the moment that I had to sit down with his wife, who was 2 months pregnant with their first child, and tell her that he would never be home. It remains the hardest thing that I have ever done. A resolution can't bring back those who we lost, but it can offer some very meaningful things to the family who is grieving their loss. To the law enforcement agencies and to the fellow officers, that we stand with them, that we recognize the sacrifices that they make every single day. So I want to thank you again for your vote on House Resolution 176, and let this be a statement of our unwavering support, not only to Officer Roman's family, but to the men and women of the Philadelphia Police Department, as well as all law enforcement officers who put their lives on the line each and every day to keep us safe. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the resolution will rise and remain standing for a moment of silence as a mark of respect for the deceased. Guests will also rise as able. The resolution has been unanimously adopted. Sergeants at Arms, please open the doors of the House. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 238, printers number 0190 on page 2 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill amends Title 75 to provide for application for a real ID.
Will the House agree to the bill? It's agreed to. The Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 643, printers number 0619 on page 2 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill establishes a $110 million deposit limit on royalty transfer tax revenues into the Fair Fund for fiscal year 2028 through 2029 and each following fiscal year.
Will the House agree to the resolution? It's agreed to. Will the House agree to the bill? It's agreed to. The Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Resolution 159, printers number 1215 on page 8 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution designating the month of May 2025 as Amyotrophic Lateral Sclerosis Awareness Month in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Brian Cutler.
Will the House agree to the resolution? On that question, the Chair recognizes the maker of the resolution, Minority Chair of Education, the gentleman from Lancaster, Representative Cutler.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as many of the colleagues in the House know, one of the things I always encourage new members to do was share their stories and their connections as to why they are here. For myself and the gentleman from Lackawanna County who is co-prime on this resolution, unfortunately, our stories involve Lou Gehrig's disease and its impacts on our family members. I having lost both my parents and he as father. The reason I share this, Madam Speaker, and I often have people ask, what is really the purpose of a resolution? Obviously, there's a small part that memorializes the sacrifices that each of our parents had and the impacts they had on our lives. But the truth is, Madam Speaker, we have a much bigger issue before us. It's one that deals specifically with Lou Gehrig's disease and many of the other neuromuscular diseases. And that is this: For whatever reason, and we do not know the exact cause, the average occurrence of Lou Gehrig's disease is about 1.25 million for anybody here. Unfortunately, our military men and women are twice as likely to have Lou Gehrig's disease. They have not found a direct connection for that, although the diagnoses and the numbers speak for themselves. And the reason that is very important for us as policymakers is this. During the war on terror, we as a state had the highest number of deployed National Guardsmen in the entire country. We were the #1 state that provided these men and women to serve across the world. So the truth is, as policymakers, we have an impending impact on us. It will be coming down the pike, and it will definitely have impacts both in the support systems as well as the research that our state does, which are directly impacted by our budget. Every May, these fine folks come in and they advocate for additional funding and supports. And me personally, I want to say thank you to each and every House member who takes time out of their very busy schedule and visits with them, understands the impacts of the disease on them and their family members, the cares that the family who oftentimes become caregivers have, and the concerns with each and every piece. So this is part of memorialization and a recognition of the impacts of those in the past, but also a look to the future, Madam Speaker, recognizing the many hurdles that we will have coming forward in the decades to come to properly honor those men and women who so bravely served our country. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman on that question. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lackawanna, Representative Mullins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my friend, the prior speaker and gentleman. I hope you don't mind me sharing this podium. It's annual tradition that he and I speak together with one voice and one podium on the matter. I was sworn in, and it was January 1st of 2019, and I remember then Floor Leader Cutler sharing with us about learning one another's stories and taking time to do so. And then him sharing that part of his story and his journey and his pathway here involved the loss of not one but both of his parents to this extremely rare but incurable and debilitating disease that aggressively robs people of their ability to speak, swallow, breathe, walk. I remember not being able to fathom that level of loss until a worsening slur in my own father's speech was ultimately diagnosed as ALS in January of 2020. He passed a little over 2 years later from it, and while it was of course a crushing loss to our tower of strength, we called him Paul Bunyan in our family. It really emphasized for me the why I'm here. Sometimes when we run for these positions, all of our goals should be to help people. And that was certainly my goal upon entering a race and being sworn in, but my why became quite clear after losing my father, realizing that we have the opportunity here in this body, this very body, not just to raise awareness, because awareness only gets you so far. Awareness must be accompanied by action. And I'm proud to say that this body has taken action last year in passing insurance coverage requirement for biomarker testing that will undoubtedly impact the ALS community, as well as those with other neurodegenerative diseases and cancers. And this body will have the ability once more to take action in approving yet again the research funding to make sure our world-class research institutions continue to study and develop cures and, most importantly, hope for those suffering with this disease. I thank my friend and colleague here, and I thank all of you for your time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 201, the nays are 2. The resolution is adopted. Colleagues, our colleague, Representative Ecker, has some special guests here, seated to the left of the speaker's rostrum, joining us for afternoon session. We have some distinguished students from Shippensburg University. Please stand so that you can be welcomed to the floor. We have Joe Scar, Julianne Belter, an Army Combat Engineer student serving in the National Guard with the rank of specialist. He is studying supply chain management. We have Joe Scar, Julian Belcher. He's an Army Combat Engineer serving in the Pennsylvania National Guard with the rank as a specialist. He's at SHIP. He's studying supply chain management. We have Genesis Carrasco, a freshman marketing major studying management as well. We have Nolan Torado, who's from Bethlehem and is also from Philly. He is studying political science, and we have Sandrea Garello, who is studying business management, concentrating on international business. Let's welcome these great guests from SHIP. We're so proud of you and glad to have you. Welcome. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 78, printers number 1024, on page 1 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides for protecting consumer information and privacy.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Shalaba offers amendment A00174. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Butler, Representative Shalaba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My amendment is an agreed-to amendment that I am happy and proud to support and offer today. We currently protect certain types of information as being sensitive, and in so doing, we will provide notice to an individual where, for instance, their Social Security number, driver's license number, or financial account information has been compromised in the event of a data breach. However, we realize that that is not considered sensitive information under the current draft of the legislation for HB 78, and I would urge a yes so that we can incorporate this common sense amendment. Thank you.
Chair thanks the maker of the amendment. On that question, chair recognizes the maker of the bill, Majority Chair, Transportation. Gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Nielsen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to also thank the gentlelady from Butler for this amendment. It takes our bill to another level and does protect the public, and it is an agreed-to amendment. I'd ask for an affirmative vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 203, the nays are 0. The amendment is adopted. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The bill as amended will be reprinted. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 543, printer's number 0539 on page 1 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill prohibits the PUC from disapproving an electric distribution company's energy efficiency and conservation plan due to the inclusion of mechanical insulation.
Will the House agree to the bill? Chair rules the following amendment out of order for violating House Rule 20A00348. Representative Metzger offers A00327. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Somerset, Minority Chair of Consumer Affairs, Representative Metzger.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The underlying bill ensures that long-lasting mechanical insulation is an acceptable method to fulfill this energy efficiency requirement. And truthfully, if we're going to invest in energy efficiency, I think it's in all of our best interests that that investment be a long-term investment. Unfortunately, the underlying act that that bill seeks to modify limits that investment to be looked at for only 15 years. And I think we need to encourage those long-term investments to be recouped over many years. And so this simply removes that 15-year limitation on our realization of that long-term energy investment. Thank you.
Chair thanks the maker of the amendment. On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Majority Chair of Consumer Protection, Representative Burgos.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment is not agreed upon, Madam Speaker. That's why I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 101, the nays are 102. The amendment fails. Representative Metzger also offers A00346. Will the House agree to the amendment? Chair recognizes the maker of the amendment, Representative Metzger.
You know, it's sometimes surprising, but government makes mistakes. And ages ago, another legislature they made a mistake. They created a private bureaucracy that took money from ratepayers, the people that are paying their electric bills, struggling with their electric bills. They took that money and created a private bureaucracy where they sent those same ratepayers light bulbs in exchange for their money. I think that the ratepayers would prefer to have their money rather than their light bulbs. So this amendment just simply gets rid of a program like that. Thank you.
Chair thanks the maker of the amendment. On that question, chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Burgos.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment is not agreed upon. I urge a no vote.
Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 101, the nays are 102. The amendment fails. Will the House agree to the bill? It is agreed to. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 273. Printer's number 0981 on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill establishes the Municipal Codes Enforcement Grant Program and the County Property Maintenance Code.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentleman from Erie, Representative Mirsky.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your consideration of House Bill 273. House Bill 273 would establish a new grant program administered by the Department of Community and Economic Development that would help our municipalities pay for the hiring of new code enforcement officers and to strengthen existing code enforcement programs. A municipality obtaining a grant must provide equal matching funds to make sure these dollars are fairly spread across the Commonwealth. A municipality can only receive the grant for 3 consecutive years. This bill also incorporates ideas from my colleague from Luzerne County, Representative Rinkavich, which would provide counties with the option of adopting a code enforcement ordinance for areas where there are no existing property maintenance codes. Better code enforcement is considered a best practice in the fight against blight. Additionally, the statewide Blight Task Force has regularly talked about the importance of property maintenance code enforcement as a tool in mitigating and preventing blight. We all know that property values decline in neighborhoods with vacancy and blight, and that local government can spend taxpayers' dollars securing these blighted and vacant properties. House Bill 273 is designed to help our municipalities upgrade or remove blighted, abandoned, and structurally unsafe structures and dwellings. Removing or upgrading these blighted properties potentially can transform them into new housing opportunities. With this bill, we can deliver real dollars to struggling communities, as well as help our constituents who get stuck dealing with the problems associated with abandoned and blighted properties that are left behind by irresponsible property owners. I respectfully ask for your support of this legislation and ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Chair thanks the maker of the bill. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 110, the nays are 93. Majority required by the Constitution. Having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally. The clerk will return the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 615, printer's number 0628 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for donor immunity.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the bill. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lancaster, Representative Jones.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This legislation, as we introduce this takes care of, it's a key barrier preventing the donation of food is the fear of liability. Under current law, we do not specifically address food that is past the manufacturer's labeled date code. This bill explicitly extends limited liability to donors who donate food past the manufacturer's labeled date code. The same precautions legally still apply, and the donor must reasonably inspect food and find it fit for human consumption. So it's a common misconception that the use-by date is an expiration date. However, that's not true. It's just a date that indicates freshness. So what we need to do, we need to stop sending good food to our landfills. That's wasteful and expensive. The donation of this food will benefit an estimated 1.2 million people living with food insecurity and hunger here in Pennsylvania. And of that 1.2 million, 325,000 of those individuals are children. So this is a great piece of legislation. It's been great to work with Representative Khan on this. This is something that is not political, but it's about people, and it's about helping people. This identical legislation has passed the House unanimously the past 2 session years, and I look forward to seeing it move on to the Senate and hopefully to the governor's desk. Thank you, Representative Khan.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Khan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My grandparents grew up during the Great Depression, and when I was a kid, it was instilled in me that you don't waste, especially food. I remember even going to a restaurant, we would always take leftovers. We'd never leave it there, and then we would eat that. And in a time when food pantries, such as the one in my district, Share Food and Philabundance, are struggling to keep food on the shelves, we can't waste food. And I'm very honored to be working with a gentleman from Lancaster, Lebanon County on this bill to ensure that we're not letting technicalities, legalese slow us down from doing what's right, which is not wasting food, making sure that the over 250,000 kids right here in Pennsylvania that are battling food insecurity don't go hungry because of some old outdated laws that we haven't changed. I also want to just highlight that this bill has wide support. In addition to being bipartisan, nonpartisan, it also has the support of the Chamber. It also has the support of the PA Merchants Associations and food pantries, and including the PA Hunger Caucus. So urge a yes vote on this bill. Again, thanks to the gentleman from Lancaster, Lebanon. Thank you.
Chair thanks the maker of the bill. On that question, chair recognizes the gentlelady from Allegheny County, Representative Kincaid.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the makers of this bill for putting this forward, and I would urge a yes vote. The reality is that food insecurity is worse now than it was during the height of the pandemic, and we need every tool in our toolbox to be able to ensure that Pennsylvanians don't go hungry. So I would appreciate a yes vote on this. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the ayes and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. 203 members. The ayes are 203, the nays are 0. Majority required by the Constitution. Having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally. Clerk will return the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader, calls up House Bill 743, printers number 0766 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill permits municipality to designate a blighted or abandoned property as available for acquisition by a land bank.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 115, the nays are 88. Majority required by the Constitution. Having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally. Clerk will return the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader, calls up House Bill 799, printers number 0823, on page 2 of supplemental calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides information to workers at the worksite about how to access veterans benefits and support.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 134, the nays are 69. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally. Clerk will return the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes Majority Leader, calls up House Bill 881, printers number 1461 on page 1 of supplemental calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill adds virtual currency to the money transmission business licensing law.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, chair recognizes the gentleman from Columbia, Representative Ledbetter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Bitcoin is property. It is the first engineered monetary asset in human history. It does not promise yield. It does not require trust. It is energy, time, and mathematics converted into something incorruptible. And yet, despite its clarity, our laws remain unclear. That is what House Bill 881 begins to fix. This bill draws a clean line between those who hold assets for others and those who hold them for themselves, exercising individual liberties and freedom. If you're a custodian, you register. If you're self-custodied, you build freely. Madam Speaker, that is how it should be. House Bill 881 does not punish someone for owning their land or their gold, and it does not punish anyone for holding their own keys. House Bill 881 tells builders within our Commonwealth, you can innovate here in Pennsylvania without fear of being mistaken for a bank. It tells our citizens your digital property is still property. And it tells the world Pennsylvania understands the future and is ready to lead it. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 164, the nays are 39. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will return the same to the Senate for concurrence. Majority Leader moves that the following bills be recommitted to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 78, House Bill 238, House Bill 543, House Bill 643. Majority Leader moves that the following bills be removed from the table calendar and be placed on the active calendar. House Bill 193, House Bill 265, House Bill 630, House Bill 734, House Bill 789, House Bill 1102. For the information of the members, there will be no further votes. Chairs in receipt of a motion from the gentleman from Columbia, Representative Ledbetter. House now adjourned until Thursday, April 24 of 2025 at 11 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. Questions on the motion? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House stands adjourned until Thursday, April 24 of 2025 at 11 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.